Well, good morning. Certainly glad to be here to come out to the state of Washington. This be my first chance to come to the state, and so I always like to go to different places and get the chance to judge livestock. We start out the first class of the day here in the Hampshire division, and I think a very logical place and easy place to start is the young man's barrow right here in front of me. No doubt, boldness, stoutness, muscularity is all in check, and yet he still has the soundness to handle it. Now, ideally, I like to make him just a shot bigger in his kind, make him just a little bit prettier ahead of his blade, but yet I think freshness, balance, substance, and just overall mass allows him to win. Young man's Gilt over here in second. I thought the decision was between second and third. I think this Gilt's freshness allows her to work her way into second. She's very sound. She's very good looking ahead of her blade. Got a great angle to her shoulder. She needs just a little bit more muscle if we're going to compete with the barrow that wins, but yet still her freshness is what allows her to beat this Gilt here in third. The Gilt here in third probably acted just a little bit better. Young lady did a little bit better job showing than the young man there in second. I thought this hog was just a little too flat in terms of her forerib. She just needs a little more belly, a little more flesh to compete in this particular setting. Young lady right here comes out next. Sound and square on the move. Needs a whole lot more in terms of bone and feature, but yet practicality in his favor. Young lady's barrow here got some width, got tons of muscle, and actually just a little too much muscle in this particular case as it's hurting his structure. Got to tone him down in that regard, but yet he'll still hang a good carcass on the rail. Just got to make them better structure. Young lady's Gilt that rounds out the class. Needs a whole lot more muscle to compete today.
All right, returning tonight. Can you hear that? Okay. Returning tonight for our final drive at 6 p.m. will be Jace Palmer and King Rovery.
Can you hear me better now? How about this time?
Class 3, please come to the ring. Class 3. In our second drive of Hampshires, we have Kendall Tetrick from Garfield County, Austin Laza from Liberty Knights with 2 pigs, Lillian Hoffman from Tico Clover, Jace Palmer from Ritzville Livestock, Carly Brickey from Steptoe Canyon, Nissy Bone from Tico, and Tyson Anderson from Liberty.
We'll announce some give and take here on the top end as we come to this top pair. And probably the toughest decision that I had to make within this class is between this pair because they're both presented right. They're both shown right. Both of them have advantages in just terms of shape and dimension. I think I call that a wash because both of them are very good in that regard, very good in terms of their rib cage. One of them's just a notch better looking, comes at me just a little bit stronger. You know, I'd like to make him just a lot longer in his hip, maybe give him just a shot more bone to compete with the other animal. The other hog, you know, is probably the shortest coupled in terms of his look out of his front end, but yet his hip reads longer and his steps just reads a little better. Maybe change his muscularity from behind just a shade. Give and take between the pair of them. I think it just comes down to personal preference. The animal I like best because I like hogs with some look. I like hogs that open up extremely well through their chest floor is the young lady sparrow right over here to my left. He's going to win this class. Congratulations to her. Young man sparrow over here, again, high quality. I thought it was a close decision. Just a little too short coupled. Not nearly just good enough looking out of his front end. Like to change his muscularity from behind. But again, a good pair of them there on the top end. Young lady's Gilt comes out next in 3. Great looking from the profile. Very extended out of her front end. She's an animal with some bone and some feature. She's the flattest bodied within this top 3 or 4 or 5. An animal that just needs a lot more rib cage, needs a lot more width and substance as you get right in behind her, but yet her pattern, her levelness is what allows her to get into the top 3. Young man's Gilt here in 4, practical and sound. She's better in terms of her body, but yet I didn't really read her with as much just natural muscle up high. I think in terms of leanness as we compare her to the animal ahead of her, I didn't quite convince myself that she was square enough going away as well or stout enough in terms of her bone work. Young man's hog comes next, and he's square, he's sound, a barrow that still has some proportion from the side. He just runs out of muscularity, runs out of power as you compare him to some of the animals ahead of him. Like to freshen him up also from a skin and hair perspective. Young man right here does a good job showing his pig. I like this guy in terms of his width as he turns and goes a little too closed up, or she's a little too closed up. She comes right at me and through her knee like the elevator, freshen her up and just make her better in that regard. Young lady's barrow right here, great in terms of shape and muscle, just a little too plain. Like the balance and better, maybe tone them down from a muscularity standpoint going away as well. Young lady's hog that rounds out the class. Again, another one with some muscle, going to hang a carcass, but yet from a structure standpoint, got to be a lot better.
Returning for our division championship will be Kendall Tetrick from Garfield County and Jace Palmer from Ritzville. That will be directly following this next class of Hampshires. Entering into the ring for our Class 3 of our Hampshire division is Aubrey Bricky from Steptoe Canyon, Raylan Reedy from 48 North 4-H, Owen Wagner from Reardon Livestock, Layla Deeds from Kootenai County, Chase Duncan from Bonner County, and Braden Hill from Hog Wild Beef It Up.
Well, good top three in this class, and no doubt some challenges and some decisions to make. And we land on these two Gilts just from a comfort and structure, integrity kind of thing. And I would land on this pair in terms of balance as well. I think as we step back and study them, one of them's got just a little bit more to her, but from a structure standpoint, maybe just needs the bend and go just a shot better out of her hip and her hind leg. The other one is the soundest, but kind of gives up some in terms of just bone and feature. Maybe not the best in terms of where her stifle sets into her body. I go back and forth in my mind where I want to land, what I want to do. I think as I get right on top of them is where I can make the final sort. One of them's just a little bit fresher in terms of muscularity. I think a very good balance, sound, correct kind of animal. Young lady skill right over here to my right is going to win this class for me. Again, this skill here in second, stout, powerful, got all the boldness and power you want, yet at the same time, she's got to go better out of her hip and her hind leg. I think we need to make her just a little bit fresher in terms of her muscle pattern up high, but yet still a good one to land in second. Huck comes next in three, and no doubt the stoutest up high in terms of muscle and feature. Really, really broad out of the backside of his shoulder. Still got a good look from the profile. Unfortunately, this barrow just doesn't match down low. He is the frailest within this top three. He's a barrow that really wants to get short out of his hip. He needs to go better out of his hip and his hind leg. I'd like to make him just a little bit more youthful from a maturity standpoint as well. Young lady's barrow here, the barrow here in fourth, one that is correct and sound on the go, just way too narrow, way too flat, needs more muscle to compete. Huck comes next here, another one with some muscularity as he turns and she turns and goes. Got to fix her up front in terms of the way her knee sets into her body. Got to freshen her up, make her better balance from the side. Young man's barrow that rounds out the class again, a practical kind of animal. Just doesn't fit a show ring kind of balance and style to him. Needs to be fresher from a muscularity and skin and hair perspective to compete today.
Returning for our division finals will be Owen Wagner from Reardon Livestock and Raylyn Reedy from 48 North 4-H. We're going to go ahead and head into those division finals right now. So we need to have Jace Palmer, King Rovey, Kendall Tetrick, Jace Palmer, Raylyn Reedy, and Owen Wagner. Please make your way to the holding pens.
We get back for our Champion Hampshire selection here, and we drop in our three class winners and take nothing away from the lightweight, but it does come down to the middle and then the heavy there for contention. You know, both of these pigs have some things that I like, and yet have a lot of things I'd like to fix as well. They're night and day different in terms of their power. They're night and day different in terms of their kind, and so if you're trying to profile me as a judge from the sidelines, I don't think this is the division or the classes to do so, because I'd like to change a lot of things and like to just blend the two together to kind of select what I'm looking for. You know, obviously this animal here in front of me has all the power in the world. He's got the dimension and just overwhelming look and substance to him that I want to pick, but yet at the same time we need to make this hog a lot longer in terms of his carcass, make him longer in his hip, and just better in that regard. And you know, I think some people would argue that it's a show today, and maybe some of the real world things don't necessarily matter quite as much as they used to. I guess I'm a judge that likes to try to keep both in mind when I'm selecting a champion. Young ladies, the Gilt there on the far end, like we talked, smooth and balanced, an animal with a just good kind of a pattern to her. She's comfortable on the move. Yet you get in behind this hog, and she certainly needs to be better in the way her stifle sets into her body. We need to make her just stouter in terms of her bone work, but no doubt she's a fresh one that balances extremely well out of here. So I wanted you to understand kind of where I was sitting. I maybe won't talk about my champions quite as much as I did in this pair, but I do think it's a close decision. Animal I like best, just in terms of being quality livestock, young lady's Gilt right over here to my left. She'll be your champion. Congratulations. Well, we're bringing that second place Gilt and taking nothing away from her, but I think it becomes just a little bit more cut and dry. Muscularity, freshness, and just overall soundness edges the hog that ends up being reserved. Young ladies, the middle class will be reserved. Congratulations.
Out of our Hampshire division, grand champion goes to Raylan Reedy, and reserve to Kendall Chetrick. Nice job. Coming into the ring will be our first class of our Yorkshire division. We have Benjamin Graham from Reardon, Ellie Demers from Kootenai County, Laramie Lur from Reardon with 2 pigs, Weston Wagner from Reardon, Wesley Wynn from Reardon, and Audrey Ray from Reardon.
We get in our first class of Yorks here, and no doubt an easy class winner is the young lady's bear there on the far side. Hits me hard out of the gate in terms of feature and stoutness. Really good in his back shape up high. He's still got body shape. You know, we can make him just a notch better out of his rump, but yet his width, his dimension, his stoutness, his freshness allow him to win. Young man's Gilt that ends up here in second. One that I like in terms of muscularity. Got some feature to her head and her skull. Opens up well in her chest. She needs to go just a shot better out of her hip and her hind leg, especially she kind of comes into the ring here. She's really wanting to labor off her rear tube, but yet her muscularity keeps her in the top pair. Young lady's barrow that comes next here in 3. Again, a good head on this particular barrow. He opens up well on his chest. He's got some width as he turns and goes. He doesn't have the shape and the muscle up high as what our top 2 do, but yet his overall balance allows him to get into the top 3. From 4 on down, it gets a lot more challenging here. Young man's Gilt's got a good look from the profile. Needs a lot more width, needs a lot more dimension, but she's got some bone, she's got some dimension. That's what gets her in the top 4. Animal right here, another one that's got some look from the profile. Get on right on top of him. He just disappoints you. Needs more muscle. We need more width as he turns and goes, but still a round-bodied pig to land in 5. Hog here in 6. Again, feature to her head or to his head and skull. Just too straight about his blade, too straight off his hip and his hind leg. Got to make them just a shot wider. Pigs in 7 and 8. Both just a little too plain, a little too narrow, but they got some body. They got some balance to them from the profile.
All right, returning out of our Class 1 Yorkshire division will be L.A. Demers from Kootenai County and Weston Wagner from Reardon. Entering the ring now will be our Class 2 of our Yorkshire division. We have Kinley Tetrick from Garfield County, Gracie Wade from 89ers, Brindle Sellers from Reardon Livestock, Addison Rocha from St. John, Weston Wagner from Reardon, Cruz Gomez from West Plains Rangers, Miles Halling from Liberty Knights, Nathan Flaw from Reardon Livestock, and Avery Halling from Liberty Knights.
Well, biggest class of the day, and yet we find one here that can win. It wins pretty easy. I went and told the young lady to just go ahead and park him because this is what I'm looking for: balance, look, muscle, soundness, squareness, all the things you want in a champion market barrel. He's got width, he's got dimension. Just thinking, an awfully good one to go ahead and win. Hopefully, we get some competition here to give him a run for his money. But right now, he's looking pretty good. Young lady's hog right over here to my right. It's going to end up in second, and no doubt when this one came out. I thought no doubt that can be a class winner for me. I like his look. I like her look. I like her bone, her squareness, her overall balance I think is very good. Just gets overwhelmed in comparison to the barrel that wins. I still think a very good animal to land second. Young man's hog that comes next in 3. 3 and 4 resemble each other in terms of dimension and bulk. I think this one just fits together just a little bit neater in terms of a look and design. Again, he needs to be just a little bit prettier. He needs to be just a little bit sounder to compete with that animal there in second. But still a broad, stout one to land in third. Young man's skill here in 4, another one with some dimension, some flesh, some body, some overall power, yet just needs to be a little bit fresher in terms of her skin and hair and her muscularity up high. I need to smooth her out of her hip and her hind leg just a shot as well. Animal in 5, another broody, stout one here that's got some broadness, got some power, just a little too plain in terms of his overall look. Need to give him just a shot more shape up high as well. Animal that comes next in 6, again, some shape and muscle up high. It needs to be better structured. Needs to be just a little bit wider. Animal here in 7. Young lady did a great job. Same as with 7, 8, and 9 here. Both did a good job showing. This animal just needs more bone, more width. Hogs in 8 and 9. Need more look, but they're good body, good fleshed animals. Just need better balance to compete in a show ring setting.
All right, returning out of our Class 2 of Yorkshires will be Kinley Tetrick of Garfield County and Gracie Wade of 89ers 4-H.
Well, we get down here for your champion Yorkshire selection, and I think it's pretty easy for your champion, and it gets pretty close there for reserve on depending on where you want to land. Obviously, there's a no doubt champion. I made it pretty clear I like this pig in class. Young lady's banner right here is your champion. Congratulations to her. Went ahead and dropped the seconds in because I knew that would have been the case, and there was only 2 classes just to make it easy. It comes down to obviously the second and then our class winner there. I think they're very similar in the kind of the way they're put together. One of them's maybe just a little bit broader up high, but from a structure standpoint, kind of lacks the length of hip and the overall pattern and width coming at you to compete. The other one's maybe just a little bit drier, maybe not shown quite as well, and so that's what made the decision tough. When this young lady over here to my left gets this pig rolling and gets him strolling, no doubt I do think she is the second best. She's going to be my reserve today. Congratulations.
Receiving grand champion in our York division is Kinley Tetrick, and reserve champion is Gracie Wade. We are now going into our AOB class, so that would be Ryder Voss with 2 and Darby Watt with 1. This will be the one and only class, so the final drive will be it.
Well, only 3 here in this particular division, and so it makes it pretty easy on me, but yet at the same time, 3 of them that are very comparable to each other, and so maybe just a little bit harder to sort and separate. I do think I'm pretty comfortable using my champion here. My class winner is the young man right here closest to me. I think this pig's rib cage, his body, excels the other 2, and I think as you watch him turn and go, he's just fuller. He's got more shape through his rump and his lower hip. Stifle to stifle, just has the advantage in width and body today to go ahead and win. Young man's Gilt here in second. Smooth and sound on the go. Got a good look from the profile. She needs just a little bit more in terms of flesh and body to compete with the pig that wins, but yet her structure's very good and lends to a reserve champion placing here for him. Now at the same time, I still think she has more than the animal that comes next here in 3. I think a pig that gives you a good look from the side. He's just too closed up in his knee. He needs more shape and muscle there in his lower stifle. He needs a lot more in terms of body and flesh. Look like they maybe just been holding on him too long, but still a quality pig in terms of structure, good looking from the side.
All right, our AOB grand champion was Ryder Voss, and reserve champion went to Ryder Voss. In this first class of light cross, we have Rayleigh Taylor from St. John Endicott, Emma Loomis from St. John, Blake Braun from Liberty Knights, Cade Smalls from West Plains, Lillian Kelm from West Plains, Jillian Cyron from Frog Hollow, Riley Taylor from St. John Endicott, and Peyton Reinbold from West Plains Rangers.
We'll get into light crosses here. Young man right over here in my corner is going to have your class winner. And I think a gilt that really balances well from the side. She's got muscle. She's got width and power. Still got some look and presence to her. Takes a real long step off her rear, too. I think a good place to start. Young lady Sabera right here in front of me. Practical and square. He's got some shape and muscle up high. Yeah, I'd like to see this young lady get into him and just drive him just a little better pace. Get his head up in the air. Allow him to kind of balance just a little bit better from the side. But still a quality animal to land second. Hump comes next in 3, sound and square on the go. I thought her hip and her hind leg functioned just a little bit better than the animal in 4th. Yet she gives up just a little bit in terms of width and dimension and power coming right at you. I'd like to make her just a notch more powerful all the way through. Animal in 4 definitely has that advantage in muscle and width of chest. I like those things about her. Yet at the same time, you get her right behind her. She's going to be better out of her rear, too, to compete today. Animal in 5, another one with some width. width, some dimension. Just never saw that bear relax in his spine. He's got to be better in terms of his movements from the profile. Got to be more comfortable in his skeleton to compete today. Animal in 6 here, another one that's got some look from the profile. Hog just a little too narrow up front, a little too frail at the ground. Animals here in 7, another one that's just a little too plain in terms of a body. Just need to make them just a notch more muscular all the way through. Animal rounds out the class. Needs a lot more muscle, needs more show ring presence to compete and also hang a better carcass.
Entering the ring for our Class 2 light cross is Peyton Reinbold from West Plains, Eli Cook from St. John, Jackson Garrison from Barnyard Buddies, Aubrey Bricky from Steptoe, Ariel Turley from St. John, Caden Schaefer, West Plains, Kylie Rasmussen, West Plains, and Blake Harp from West Plains.
Well, good class of them here, and we get into this top three, and it gets pretty challenging on which way you want to go. For me, I like the young man's bear over here to my right. Go ahead and win this class, and no doubt skin and hair is in his favor. Hydration and just, the way he's fed, it gives him a big advantage within this class. He's a bear that balances well from the profile. Young man does a good job getting his head up in the air, getting him drove. He's sound on the move. He's pretty refined in terms of his bone work. I need to make him just a notch stouter to compete out here, but yet his body shape, his freshness, skin and hair, I'll give him the advantage within this class. Young lady's barrow here in second, no doubt has more feature to his head and his skull, his forearm, get a good natural shape to his back line. He needs more feel to his body. He needs to be able to bend and drive better out of his hip and his hind leg, but yet still his natural shape and just his overall stoutness give him an advantage over the barrow that comes next in three. Hog here in three, powerful as he turns and goes. Great about it is body shape. For me, he's just a little too low set at the point of his shoulder. Wants to close up in his knee and his chest. Got to make him better just in terms of his pastern, but still good hip and hind leg, good shape up high, good body shape to get you in the top three. Hog that comes next in four, sound on the go, good looking from the profile, just a little too stale in terms of muscularity. Needs more flesh and body to compete within this particular setting. Animal that comes next in five, another one with some shape up high, just got to be better structured. You got to set him back in his shoulder, make him neater in terms of his look from the profile. Animal in six, another one with some shape up high. You got to make him just a notch bolder and stouter coming right at you, but still a muscular pig to land in sixth. Hog here in seven, that I like in terms of just overall mass, but yet at the same time, got to make him bigger as he turns and goes. Got to make him more attractive from the side. Animals here in 8 and 9, both of them good about their body, just need more look, need more width, need more bone, need more flesh to compete.
Returning for our division championship will be Jackson Garrison from Barnyard Buddies and Peyton Reinbold from West Plains Rangers. Entering the ring for our Class 3 of Light Cross, we have Cruz Gomez from West Plains, Ty Voss from O'Sullivan Stockman, Logan Laz from Liberty, Aiden Miller, West Plains, Hazel Smith, Tico Clover, Jersey Sconce from Frog Hollow, Ava Core from West Plains, and Jaden Audie from West Plains.
Well, tough class here to put together, but yet very, very easy and logical class winners. Young man's barrow right here in the center of the ring. He's got the balance, he's got the substance and width and look, and when he gets them collected and slowed down, everything comes together very well. I like his dimension, I like his shape. I think a really good one to go ahead and start this class. Hog that ends up here in second kind of does so just based on having some squareness, having some feature. You know, this pig's got to be a lot fresher, needs a lot more muscle, but yet I think in comparison to some of the other animals within this class, he's just got more dimension, got more body to compete. Hog that comes next here in three. Another animal that I like in terms of just having some muscle up high. This pig for me just gets a little too flat, just gets a little too frail to go ahead and compete today. Animal that comes next here in four, another one that's good up high in terms of muscularity. I like this pig in terms of body shape. An animal for me just doesn't balance, just gets a little too narrow coming and going. But the young man did a good job driving him, and quite honestly, that helps him get up a lot farther within this particular class. Animal in five, another one that's got some practicality in terms of muscle and width. Just needs to be longer about his hip. Needs probably to drive just a little bit more comfortably within this class. Animal right here in six. Good balance on the side. Needs a lot more width. Animal there in seven. Same kind of story. Good hog in terms of rib cage. Needs a lot more muscle. Needs a lot more look. Animal rounds out the class. Got some dimension. Just a little too low set. Maybe a little over conditioned for this particular class.
Returning out of Class 3 is Ty Voss from O'Sullivan and Logan Laz from Liberty Knights. As we go into our Class 4, in the ring we will have Brianna Sorano from Liberty, Natalie Arms from West Plains, Wade Palmer from Ritzville, Bubba Clem from West Plains, Isabel Giles with 2, Carter Ray from Reardon, and Kylie Rasmussen from West Plains.
Well, good pair of them here on the top end, and I got a pair of them that I could go either way on. Truthfully, just one that's based on structure. The other one's kind of based on just freshness and skin and hair. I think the better animal is the young man's barrel here. Closest to me, he's going to win for me. Again, just very sound, very true, coming and going. This pig needs to be just a notch fresher up high, maybe fresher in terms of skin and hair, clip job, brushing, all those things, but yet still his comfort level, his width coming and going, just give him the advantage. No doubt the barrel here in second is presented better for a show ring. I can appreciate that, and truthfully that's what makes it close, because this hog is good in terms of his shape, he's good in terms of his body. He's just not comfortable enough out of his front end and wants to labor around the ring on both ends of his body. I need to make him just a shot bigger in terms of his kind, but yet still a quality animal to land second. Hog that comes next here in 3, a gilt that I like. It just terms a natural stoutness that she has coming and going. She's big on her foot, she's big on her arm, needs more width, needs more look and balance to compete with those top 2, but still in relation to the rest of the class, she's the next best one. Young lady works her way up because of showmanship today. I think she just does a good job of keeping that animal in the center of the ring. She's good about her body, still got some shape and muscle up high. She's too narrow coming and going, too frail to compete with the rest of them, but still a good animal in her own right. Young man's gilt comes next in 5. Got a little bit more muscle, got a little bit more dimension. Again, still a little too common in terms of her look, a little too narrow coming right at you. Young man's hog here in 6. Good body shape on this particular pig, needs more width and muscle. Animal here in 7. Just a little too plain, need a little bit more muscle in this particular barrel. Hog that rounds out the class. Just, again, a little too plain in terms of his throat, make him neater in terms of his look, but yet give him more muscle and power to go with it as well.
Returning out of Class 4 will be Carter Ray from Reardon and Wade Palmer from Ritzville. As we go into Class 5, we have McKinley Thornton from Northwest Rangers, Natalie Arms from West Plains, Evan Truly from St. John, Miles Holling from Liberty, Colton Wagner from Reardon, Hadley Watt from Colfax, and Jaden Oddie from West Plains.
Well, good class and a good pair of them here on the top end. Young lady right here in front of me is going to be my class winner, and just overwhelming in terms of shape and muscle and rib cage. Extremely powerful as you get right in behind them. Still gives you a good look from the side. Obviously, skin and hair on point. Showmanship very good. You know, we can nitpick this pig from a structural integrity standpoint. Definitely like to change his shoulder blade, like to change his head, but yet his power, his dimension, his balance from the side definitely gives him the advantage within this class. Young man's Gilt here in second. Again, another high-quality one in terms of foot size and bone. Still got shape and muscle up high. She's a little lower set at the point of her blade, not nearly as comfortable off either end of her body, but yet her muscularity, her power, her bone, all very good within this setting. Animal that comes next here in 3. Young lady does a good job driving this particular Gilt. She's sound on the go, good looking from the profile. Gilt is just a little too flat-muscled to compete with those top 2. Hog here in 4, another one with some dimension, some feature. Got to knock his crest down, just allow him to balance better. But young man did a good job driving him. Hog that comes next here in 5, another practical kind of a pig from a feet and leg standpoint. Just needs more bone, needs more width to compete. Same can be said with the animal here in 6. Young lady does a great job driving him. This particular Gilt, she just needs more bone. She needs more look. She needs to be level her hip to compete today. Young man's bear that rounds out the class. Another one with some shape up high, just too narrow at the ground, coming and going to compete.
Returning out of Class 5, we will have McKinley Thornton and Colton Wagner. We are now going into our light cross division finals. That's happening right now.
Get on here for your champion light cross selection, and no doubt we got some variety here to work through, but yet still I think one of them kind of comes to the top pretty easily for me, and I think as you get closer to him, the better he gets. He's just so broad, he's so stout, he's so powerful, very, very fresh, and obviously the young lady does a great job driving him. Bear out my glass class, my champion. Congratulations to her. We'll get back out here for your reserve selection, and certainly dropping that second place Gilt. She fits into the mix in terms of shape and muscle. I need to make her just a little better structured if she's going to go ahead and be reserved. There's other ones out here that have look, they have balance, maybe just need a little bit more feature. I think the animal that balances next best, just in terms of comfort level, freshness of shape and muscle. You know, he's maybe not quite as tricked out as what our class winner, our champion is, just in terms of volume of muscle and freshness of skin and hair and showmanship, but yet I do think he's the next best. Young man right there on the far side is going to be your reserve. Congratulations to him.
Entering the ring for Class 1 of our Dark Cross is Cade Wolf from Steptoe Canyon, Braden Bridges from Frog Hollow, Lucas Peterson from North Country, Lily Nolmeyer from Steptoe Canyon, Logan Brown from West Plains, Ellie Nelson from Barn Raised, Lillian Clem from West Plains, and Mason Bullock from Liberty.
Well, no doubt some challenges to work through in this particular class. We're going to go ahead and start with the young man's barrow here closest to me. This pig's got the advantages within this class just in terms of muscle. He just overpowers the rest of them. He's got some lung issues to work through there, and I hope the young man just kind of takes him a little bit slower when we come back out. But still, a pig with some dimension, some muscle, some bone to go ahead and win. Young man's Gilt here in second. Sound, good looking, needs a lot more muscle to go ahead and win this class, but yet at least she's structurally correct and has some width and bone as she turns and goes. Animal here in 3, a good pig from a cutability standpoint. Muscle is in this particular pig's favor. Bone is not. We need a lot more bone. We need a lot more feature to compete with the top 2. Hulk here in 4, balance as well from the side. She's sound on the go. Pretty plain in terms of shape and muscle. Very bland from a skin and hair perspective. We got to freshen her up in that regard, but still her proportion, her squareness, her soundness is solid within this drive. Animal here in 5, pig that's got some dimension, got some width coming right at you. Needs more shape and just overall look from the side, but yet I think has some width coming and going to get up in this class. Young man's Gilt right here has some leanness, going to cut well, yet at the same time very, very harsh in terms of her body. Just need more pliability in that regard. Animals here in 7 and 8 need a lot more to them to compete today.
Returning out of Class 1 of our Dart Cross is Cade Wolf from Steptoe Canyon and Mason Bullock from Liberty Knights. Entering the ring is Class 2 of our Dart Cross. We have Kinley Calloway from Frog Hollow, Garrett Cyron from Frog Hollow, Ruby Smith from Tico, Andy Nicholson from Kootenai County, Dessa Mangus from Liberty Knights, Caden Schaefer from West Plains, Kellen Lassman from Frog Hollow, and Braden Bridges from Frog Hollow.
Well, we land on these top two Gilts pretty comfortably, pretty easy within this particular class. They're animals that got some balance. They're animals that got some look. And then of the pair, one of them's just got that much more in terms of muscularity, freshness, squareness, power coming and going. An animal I like a good deal is young man right here in front of me with a Gilt. She's going to be your class winner. You know, we can make her better in terms of where her stifle sits into her body, but that's being pretty critical in a class like this. Young man's Gilt right here in second is sounder and squarer as she turns and goes. I like that about her. She's given up quite a bit in terms of rib cage and bone work and just overall feature, but yet her proportion, her length of rump, her length of step is all very good. Animal that comes next here in three, a barrow with some rib cage, a barrow with some feature and some bone. Just he gives up too much in terms of muscle up high to compete with the top two. Hog here in four's got some width, got some dimension. Just got to be a lot neater looking ahead of his blade in order to compete within this drive. Animal in five comes out, a hog with some dimension, some power. Got to be a lot better structured off both ends of his body. Animal here in six, a pig with some muscularity up high, just too narrow underneath. Hogs in 7 and 8 need a lot more to compete.
Returning out of Class 2 will be Addie Nicholson from Kootenai County and Kellen Lastman from Frog Hollow. Entering the ring of our Class 3 Dart Cross is Tyson Anderson from Liberty Knights, Mason Bullock from Liberty, Nathan Taylor, St. John, Morgan Logstrom, St. John, Hunter Hoffman, Tico, Katie Nelson, Barn Raised, Hunter Arms from West Plains, and Kellen Lastman from Frog Hollow. That is your Class 3 Dart Cross.
Young man's black-headed, target-butted pig right here in the center is going to be your class winner. And this pig balances extremely well from the profile. Everything kind of fits well on him. He's got some muscle in his back line. He's comfortable in his step. He's not going to overwhelm you anywhere, but in this class, I think he's the logical place to start. Young man's barrel here in second. Good body shape on this particular pig. He's got some bone to work with. From a skin and hair perspective, we got to be a lot better, but yet you read through that and just study the pig. He's got some rib cage. He's got some dimension. Needs to be a lot better coming right at you. Hog that comes next here in 3, an animal that I like in terms of having some natural presence to her. She's got some foot. She's got some bone. She gives us some body in relation to my second place animal. Again, skin and hair got to be a lot better. Freshness got to be a lot better to compete with that class winner, but yet still an animal with some substance, some feature to get in the top 3. Hog here in 4, good body shape on this particular barrel. I like that about him. He still opens up well in his chest. He's still got some power from behind, just a little too plain and bland in his muscularity, a little too common in terms of his look. We got to lengthen his rump out just a shot as well. Young man's Gilt right here, lean made, kind of a female with some muscle in her back line. Obviously, she's got a little bit of an injury here that's limiting her, but still some look, some balance, some design, some freshness to get her in the top 5 in this class. Young man's hog comes next here in 6. Sound on the go, a pig with some rib cage, some body to him. Needs a lot more in terms of width, bone, feature, muscle to compete today. Animal that comes next here in 7, another one, good flesh, good body shape, needs more muscle, got to be sounder. Animal that in 8, shown well. I appreciate that about him. Needs a lot more to compete today.
Attention around the ring. May Williams, your class is going to enter the ring. May Williams, please come to the holding pen. Returning out of Class 3 is Kellen Lassman. We now have Class 4 entering the ring. Ty Voss from O'Sullivan, Stockman, Piper Peters, Crazy Crafter Critters, Braden Duckin from Bonner County, Emma Loomis, St. John, May Williams, hopefully you made it, to North Country, Kat Rovey, Troy Farmhands, Violet Smith, Tico, and Kat Rovey from Troy.
Well, we land on these two pretty comfortably. I think just from a freshness standpoint, a balance standpoint, one of them's just that much sounder out here, and that's young man's Gilt over here to my left. She's going to go ahead and win this particular class. I like this Gilt in terms of her look, her presence, her muscularity up high. You know, she's not going to overwhelm you with stoutness and bone work, but yet within this drive, she's the most comfortable. Young lady's barrow here in second. Great skin and hair, a barrow that I like when she gets his head up in terms of his look ahead of his blade. He's a little too flat in terms of his body. Again, I don't think he's extra stout either. We need to make him just bolder in terms of his foot size, his bone columns, but yet I appreciate his freshness within this drive. Young man's hog here in three. Another pig that I like in terms of balance from the profile. Barrow that's got some bone, got some feature to him. He's too straight about his shoulder. He's a little too plain in terms of his muscle. I need to make him just fresher about his head today. Animal that comes next and fourth reads with plenty of shape. Like the power that this animal possesses. Hog for me just got to be better structured out of her hip and hind leg to move up any higher. Animal that comes next here in five, another pig that has some body to an animal that opens up well through its chest floor. For me, just got to be smoother built down here. Got to be neater in terms of its look. Hog that comes next here in six, good structured kind of an animal with a good look from the profile. Needs a lot more width and muscle as you get right in behind her. Animal that rounds out the class. It's got plenty of muscle, just a little too low in terms of his stature. Need to make him bigger in his kind and move up any higher.
Returning out of Class 4 of our Dark Cross is Kate Rovey and Piper Peters. We have in the ring Class 5 of Dark Cross, Carly Bricky from Steptoe Canyon, Rayson Ramirez from Tico, Dessa Mangus from Liberty, Brooklyn Burchett from Tico, Kesley Lastman from Frog Hollow, Wade Palmer from Ritzville, Charlie Peters from Crazy Crafter, and Kinley Tetrick from Garfield County. That is your Class 5 Dark Cross.
Well, tough. Well, close shots. Well, close to that top pair here to work through, and try not to overcomplicate things when you kind of get to this level. Both of these are presented well or shown well. Just do a good job in terms of overall pace and speed, presentation, skin and hair, all those things. And so we get them out here and study them. Becomes just a little bit easier to analyze things. I think as you step off of them and just watch them come and go, watch them go from the side, one of them just has a neater presence to him. I think Pig just with a neater kind of look. I think he's a little bit more appropriate from a composition standpoint as well. I'm going to start with the young lady right over here to my left to go ahead and win this particular class. Now, no doubt, from behind, I'd like to change him just a touch. The way his stifle fits in his body, I'd like to make him just stouter in his bone work, but his neatness of look, his comfort out here, and I think just his freshness of composition allow him to win. Young lady's barrel here in second. I guess a pig that's got more power. He's got more feature. A barrel that's really, really dimensional all the way through. For me, he's just too small in terms of his frame size. He's just a little overdone from a composition standpoint. Need to take just a little bit of cover out of him, and I think it'll allow his hind leg to just handle better. I think it'll allow his look to balance just better from the side, but still, high-quality barrel to land in second. Other comes next here in three. Very complete, very correct. Like those things about this particular barrel. I think in relation to my top two, he gives up too much look. He gives up too much length to hip to compete with the top two. That comes next here in four. Young lady does a great job driving this particular barrel. He's got a great look from the side. He's very comfortable on the go. Get right on top of him. He just needs a lot more muscle to compete with those top three. Animal that comes next here in four, another pig that has some dimension, has some width, just too plain in terms of muscularity, too flat in terms of her forerib to compete today. Animal is on down the line here. This dog's got some muscle, needs more body, needs to balance better from the side. Animal right here, another one that's got some belly to him, just needs more width and muscle. We're going to say the same about the animals here in 8 and 9. Both of those hogs, good fleshing kind of hogs, just need a lot more muscle to be competitive in this setting.
Yeah. Returning out of Class 5 is Charlie Peters from Crazy Crafter and Kinley Tetrick from Garfield County. Entering the ring, we have Class 6, Avery Deeds from Kootenai County, Lily Clements from St. John, Addison Rocha from St. John, Sierra Blankenship from Palouse Hills, Kendall Tetrick from Garfield County, Brooklyn Burchett from Tico, and Chet Ralston from Frog Hollow.
Well, good pair of them here on the top end to work through, and we kind of get into some color here to dive into, and yet still one of them just opens up that much better when they come right at you. I think their pattern and look from the side gives them the advantage. I think they're maybe just a little bit better out of their hip and hind leg. That's young man's Gilt. She's going to be your class winner. Take another away. Young lady's barrel here in second. Very good. Like the stoutness to his head, his jawline. Very good about his back line. For me, just wants to close up in his knee as he drives right at you, and then from behind, he's no better in the way his hock is shaped. He's no better in the way he drives out of his hip and his hind leg, but he's broad, he's stout, he's dense. Very good animal out of laying in second. Honka comes next here in three. Sound on the go. Got a neat look from the profile. Just gives up too much in terms of feature, bone work, and stoutness to compete with those top two. Animal that comes next here in four. Another pig that has some dimension, has some feature. Just got to be sounder out of her front end. We've got to make her fresher all the way through. Animal in five, another one that has some look, has some presence to her. Just needs a lot more feature, a lot more bone to compete within this drive. Hog here in six, lean made, just needs some flesh, needs some bone. Animal that rounds out the class, needs a lot more muscle.
Returning out of Class 6 is Avery Deeds and Kendall Tetrick. We now have Class 7 entering the ring. In Class 7, we have Avery Halling from Liberty, Molly Laz from Liberty, Hadley Watt from Colfax, Aram Borba from Connell, Trevor Garrison from Barnyard Buddies, and Hagen Tippett from Steptoe Canyon.
Well, we land on these top two right here in front of me, and they're very contrasting in their types and kinds. Quite honestly, couldn't be much different in terms of where they're at from a maturity standpoint, from a freshness standpoint, and I think that's what makes it so tough. We got a really, really stout one that reads coarse. We got a really, really a fresh one that just kind of reads frail, and so you kind of got to decide on where you want to land and what you want to do. I think for me, as I study them and just analyze them, the pig that reads fresher today just reads better today. This young man's hog right here in front of me, he's going to win for me. I think skin and hair, very, very good, very, very sound. Again, needs to be stouter, needs to be more powerful, but yet I think just reads fresher in that regard. Young man's barrel that ends up in second has the advantage just in muscle and bone, but yet at the same time reads pretty coarse and mature in his overall appearance. Need to freshen him up to win this class. All that comes next here in 3. Young lady does a good job driving this particular barrel. He's opened up in his chest. He's got a good shape to his body. Just needs more muscle to compete with those top 2. Animal that comes next here in 4, same kind of story. He's got some width, got some dimension. Just needs to be a lot fresher. Needs more muscle to compete. Animal rounds out the class. Good body shape, fleshy kind of a pig. Just needs a lot more muscle and freshness. Take a little bit of cover off him to compete today.
Returning out of Class 7 is Trevor Garrison from Barnyard Buddies and Hagen Tippett from Steptoe Canyon. We need our Class 8. Entering the ring from Class 8, Dark Cross will be Lily Clement, St. John Endicott, Aiden Miller from West Plains, Caleb Henderson from West Plains, Chance Lee from Barnyard Buddies, Chance Lee from Barnyard Buddies, and Sierra Blankenship from Palouse Hills.
Well, very good pair of them here in the ring, and this is what makes it fun. You get to see quality animals like this, get to break them down and analyze them. We start with a young man right here to my left to go ahead and win, and this one hits me extremely hard out of the gate. Fresh as can be, great pattern look, extremely comfortable on the go. He's fit to a T in terms of shape and muscle. Like his presence and his look. If you want to nitpick him, coming right at you, wants to tuck his knee right in underneath himself just a touch, but that's a fresh, complete, correct, well-balanced animal. I like a great deal. Young Lady Sparrow here in second probably offers just a little bit more chest floor in him. He's still got shape. He's still got a great look from the profile. Can really hinge and go. He's a little harsher in terms of his body. He's not nearly as stout about his head, but still quality animal. Just runs out a little bit of power as he turns and goes as well. Animal comes next in 3. Young Lady did a great job showing this particular barrow. Got a great heads-up attitude to him. Still got some presence and look from the profile. Wants to hook underneath himself just a little bit on the go. Like to stout him in terms of his bone work. He still had more width and muscle than the animal here in 4. Hog here in 4. Good body shape. Just a little too plain coming and going to compete. Animal that comes next here in 5. Another one with some width, got some bone, just a little too plain up high. Animal that rounds out the class. Another good body one, just a little too plain all the way through.
Returning out of Class 8 will be Chance Lee and Chance Lee. Entering the ring, we have Class 9. Bolden Reedy, Bubba Clem, Tucker Wolf, Cade Wolf, Zach Amon, King Rovey, and Chet Ralston.
Good class here to work through, and yet we land on these top two, come to the top real fast, and yet I got a very good one to go ahead and win. That's young man's barrow here to my left, a barrow that's really opened up through his rib cage and his body. He's got a great presence and look to him. I like this pig in terms of his comfort level out here. You know, he's a little over-conditioned for what I particularly like, but still freshness, balance, squareness, comfortability, all very good. Young man's Gilt right here in second. Got a good kind of look from the profile, an animal that's still flexible and comfortable on the go. Like her shape up high. This animal for me is just a little too narrow as you get right in behind her in comparison to my class winner. Maybe a little flatter bodied in relation to my champion or my class winner as well, but a good pig nonetheless. Hog that comes next here in 3, an up-headed barrow with a big rib cage, some shape, muscle, skin and hair, very good on this particular barrow. Got a little bit of a hitch in his giddy up from behind, ultimately makes him go third within this drive, but still broadness, stoutness, power, all very good. Animal comes next in 4th. Good skin and hair. Young man does a good job driving him. Just a little too low set the point of his blade, but I like his body shape, like his power and his dimension as he turns and goes. Hog that comes next here in 5. Another pig that's still got some muscle up high. Just a little too general in terms of her overall presence. Animal that rounds out the class. Hog just got to be better in terms of look and freshness to compete today. Well, young man was busy showing his sheep and unfortunately missed that last class. And so we bring him back in here, and, it's always hypothetical, but we're going to go ahead and give him a blue ribbon. He did a good job today as a whole. He's got a nice barrow that's sound and complete. I don't think he gets into the top 2 of that last class because he just doesn't quite have enough muscle, but he is correct. He is complete. Young man does a nice job driving him. Well, our biggest grand drive of the day here, and I think we got 8 or 9 to work through, but yet one of them out here just sticks out like a sore thumb. He's so fresh, he's so complete, just a really good pig. I'm excited to see how he stacks up to the one we saw earlier. Young man's bear right here is your champion. Congratulations. We'll be dropping that second place barrow. It immediately comes into contention here, and it's between him and this barrow from the last class. You know, they contrast just a little bit in terms of their type. You know, one of them I'd like to give just a little bit more fill to, just a little bit more punch. The other one's got just a little too much in terms of cover and dimension today. Both of them are sound. Both of them are attractive. Both of them can get out and go. I think as you study them from a rear bone perspective, you study them from a back shape perspective, one of them just has that advantage. I think he is just a little bit more opened up in his chest. I think he's just a little harder in his shape. Yeah, I mean, second place barrow is going to be a reserve. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Chance Lee on having the grand in reserve for Dark Cross. Those 2 pigs will be coming back tonight at our 6 o'clock overall drive. We're going to take a lunch break now until 12:30. Welcome back. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Welcome back to our FFA show of market hogs. We're starting with our Hampshire breed. In this class, we have Gracie Schwartz from La Crosse, Cooper Schwartz from La Crosse, Austin Myers from Liberty, Ella Nolmeyer from Colton, Carly Teagues from Liberty, and Michaela Toffin from Tico.
Well, we take a little lunch break here and dive into the FFA thing. And to be real honest with you, these 6 come out, and I don't know if I've had a class of 6 where they all look so similar ever before. It took me a second just to kind of break these down and study them all because, man, they're very similar. They all have the same positives and the same negatives, and trying to sort that out in a class of 6 can be a little bit of a challenge. I think these 2 that left out, that are remaining out here, are the 2 that look the most different of the top 6, and so that's kind of why they surfaced to the top. I start with a young lady right here in front of me to go ahead and win this class, and not only is she doing the best job showing this particular pig, I think this pig has the best presence and look to him with anything in this drive. Now, he needs to be a lot fresher. He needs more body. He needs more bone, but yet within this class, I thought his soundness and his look and his balance is what allowed him to win. Young lady's Gilt here in second definitely has the most muscle within this particular drive, and actually has just a shot too much muscle because it's hindering his ability to get out and drive out of his hip and hind leg. She's a round body kind of a Gilt. She's got some look, some design, just a little too tight wound from behind. Animal that comes next here, 3 through 6, again, so similar. I thought this pig's body shape, his depth of body, his pattern and squareness is what excelled the other ones within this drive. He needs a little bit more muscle, but so do the rest of them. Young lady's barrel here, very similar to this animal right here, pig that I like in terms of just squareness, soundness, needs some body, needs some more muscle. Young lady's barrel right here, I wanted to get him just a little higher because he's got just a little bit more shape and muscle up high. He's also shorter and steeper out of his hip and his rump. Animal that rounds out the class here. Correct, complete, just runs out of bone in relation to the rest of them. But again, I thought a very tough class to put together. Let's dive into the second class of hams.
All right, we're actually not going to have any returning out of that class. Entering the ring for Class 2, we have Tyler Hennekamp from Colfax, Riley Omlin from Liberty, Tyler Teagues from Liberty, Coleman T. from Liberty, Sammy Tellison from Newport, and Rayleigh Fleshman from Clarkston.
Well, we land on these two pretty quick right out the gate. They're the freshest, they're the boldest, they're the best in terms of their muscle. One of them just ties in better up front. I think just a real correct, complete, well-presented animal. Young man's bear right over there is my class winner. Congratulations to him. Young lady right here comes right out the gate in a big, fresh back and still powerful and square as he turns and goes round about his body. I think a good pig from a freshness and that standpoint. We got to set him back in his blade a touch, open him up in his chest, give him just a shot more bone and level out his rump, but still his freshness, his boldness, all very good within this drive. Animal that comes next here in 3, another hog that I like in terms of just mass and width, opened up through his chest floor. He's big about his rib. He needs more physical feel in the lower part of his body. He needs more bone, more look to compete with those top 2. Animal that comes next in for square and sound, comfortable on the go, got some bone, got some look, just needs more muscle, needs more freshness, needs more body to compete today. Young ladies, our Gilt that comes next here, another pig that I like in terms of freshness today. Skin and hair, very good. Young ladies did a good job with that. Body shape is good. Just needs more width coming and going to compete within this setting. But I appreciate the fact that you got your pig presented to a high degree today. Young man's Gilt that rounds out the class. Another one that's complete and correct from the side, sound on the go. Just a little too narrow coming and going. Need more rib shape. We need more muscle, but a good patterned animal from the profile.
Returning out of Class 2 will be Tyler Hennekamp from Colfax FFA and Rayleigh Fleshman from Clarkston FFA. Entering the ring will be our Class 3, our final drive of our Hampshires. We have Austin Myers from Liberty, Coleman T. Liberty, Carter Sexton Liberty, Brenna Teagues Liberty, Carter Sexton again, and Tyler Teagues from Liberty. This is a Liberty Schools round right here.
One other good pair of them here on the top end, and a highly presented pair to go with that. Still logical class winners. The young man's barrel there in the center. That guy is bold. He is stout. He is fresh. Really, really complete. He's still sound on the go. We could give him just a shot of bone underneath to match all that mass and power he has up high, but still logical place to start. Good pig to go ahead and win. Young man's barrel right here in second. Again, fresh up high. Good skin and hair shown well. I like his look and his presence distance from the profile. You get him behind him, though. He's got to be square from hock to hock in order to beat the barrel that wins. Animal that comes next in 3, a Gilt that I like in terms of just being naturally comfortable on the go, good looking from the profile. I think a really complete, correct kind of a Gilt. She lacks the rib cage. She lacks the muscle to compete with the top 2, but her skeleton reads very good. A nice kind of a breeding Gilt there to go in 3rd. Hulk comes next here in 4. Again, square, sound on the go. Just lacks the bone, lacks the muscle that it takes to compete within this setting. Animal that comes here in 5, bold and stout, just a little off in his top line. Animal that rounds out the class. Another one's got some muscle, just comes in too many pieces.
We are going to go into our finals for our FFA Market Hampshire division. Returning will be Tyler Hennicap, Rayleigh Fleshman, Carter Sexton, and Carter Sexton.
We're going to here for your champion Hampshire selection here in the FFA show, and I think we got some quality to work with. I'm pretty pleased with the pair of them. I'm going to name Grand Reserve here. I think as you get out of here and just study them, it comes down to the 2 class winners, and it's obvious between the picking between the pair, but I think it comes down to that for a reserve as well. And so, I think of the pair, one of them is just that much bolder. I think he's just a little cleaner necked in comparison. I think one that just reads with that much more power today. Young man right here is going to have your champion. Congratulations to him. Now, that makes it pretty obvious. Young man right over here is going to have your reserve. Congratulations to him as well. I hope you understand the differences.
Congratulations to Carter Sexton from the Liberty FFA for having our grand champion Hampshire swine, and Tyler Hennicamp from the Colfax FFA for having our reserve champion. Entering the ring now will be our first and only class of Yorkshires for today. In this class, we have Amelia Ray from Reardon, Hatley Sawyer from Potlatch, Tyler Wynn from Reardon, Zoe Omlin from Liberty, Amelia Ray with another one, Aiden Kivingston from Connell, Hatley Sawyer, and then we need Trent Halling to please bring your pig to the ring. Trent Halling, please bring your pig.
Well, an obvious class winner here is the young lady's barrel right here in front of me. Skin and hair, freshness, shape, back, width, and substance, all in his favor. Very complete, very correct. Just a really good pig to go ahead and win. He's not the wildest looking ahead of his blade, but certainly acceptable, especially in this situation. Young lady's barrel here in second. Complete, correct, still got shape and muscle. Needs more fill in terms of body, but yet still his width, his dimension, his muscle excels the rest of the class. Animal that comes in 3, pattern and look from the side real good. Like the soundness to his head. This bear's just got to catch another gear and get out and go and drive in order to get up any higher. Hog that comes next here in 4, another pig that I like in terms of bone and foot size. Stoutness of head's very good. He's a little bit just too plain and bland in terms of muscularity and look. We like to freshen them up from a skin and hair perspective. Animal in 5, better skin and haired, yet at the same time still plenty plain, a little harsher and drier through his center part of his body. Needs to be sounder off his rear too. Animals in 6, 7, and 8, all very, very similar. All a little too plain in terms of their look. All just need more shape, muscle, and freshness to compete today.
Receiving grand champion in our York division is Amelia Ray from Reardon, and reserve champion is Adrian Kevington from Connell. Entering the ring is Class 1 of our light cross division. Brock Braun, Liberty, Aubriel Schwaver from Connell. Sorry about that name. Bryce Braun from Liberty, Margot Schwego from St. John, Morgan Schwego from St. John, Jacob Wegman from East Valley, Amaya Cole from Medical Lake, Reagan Haworth from Connell, and Cooper Watt from Colfax.
Well, a challenging class to go ahead and put together here, but yet the young lady with the blue barrow is going to win this particular class. Excels the rest of them in terms of muscle and dimension. Barrow that's very round about his body, got bone and substance to go with it. He's too straight about his blade. He needs to be more athletic on the go, but yet his general pattern reads plenty good enough. Hog that comes next here in second, an animal that's very sound on the go, got a good rib cage to her. Maybe not quite as much muscle as I'd like to see in a particular animal, but yet at the same time still excels some of the others within this drive. Animal that comes next here in three, young man's got a gilt that's got some cage. She's got some width and substance, maybe not the freshest in terms of her composition. Need to take just a little fat off her, but allow her to balance better, but still quality animal to go third. Hog comes next in four, shape, muscle, soundness, and power. Got to be better in terms of her body. Animal that comes next here in five, another hog that's very good about skin and hair, just a little too plain, a little too narrow, coming and going. Hog here in six, another one, good looking from the profile, just needs a lot more width, a lot more dimension to compete today. Animals on down the line here in 7 and 8. Both of these hogs need to be better looking, need more physical feel. They just need more substance of width and mass to compete.
Congratulations to Reagan Howarth from Connell FFA as our Grand Champion Light Cross, and Cooper Watt from Colfax FFA as our Reserve Champion in our Light Cross. Entering the ring will be our first class of the Dark Cross. In this class, we have Amani Hutchison from Springdale, Trinity Farnsworth from Springdale, McKinley Schroeder from Springdale, Megan Schmidt from Cheney, Chance Dagon from Liberty, Reagan Reedy from Deer Park, Garrett Schroeder from Springdale, and Neil Benninger from Springdale. This will be our first class of Dark Cross.
We get into this class here, and we got a good class winner in this young lady's pig right here in front of me. She is square, she's sound, she's good looking, she's got muscle and rib. Maybe not the best attitude out here, but yet past that, I think a nice pig to go ahead and win. Young man's sock-footed one's going to end up second in square, complete, correct, got some shape and muscle up high. A little narrow coming and going, but yet I think of this class, plenty acceptable to go ahead and land in second. Home comes next here in 3. Got some rib cage, got some body, just a little too bland, and just needs more shape. Animals on down the line, we won't say too much about them, just need to be a whole lot better.
Returning out of Class 1 is Reagan Reedy from Deer Park FFA and Chance DeGon from Liberty FFA. Entering the ring now is Class 2 of our Dark Cross. We have Avery West from Springdale, Courtney Ross from Timberlake, Summer Wagman from East Valley, Lauren Loomis from St. John, Trent Hulling from Liberty, Reagan Reedy from Deer Park, and Paige Cushman from Reardon.
A young lady's black pig right here in the center of the ring is going to win this class and wins pretty comfortably. I like this Gilt in terms of her bone work. I like her in terms of her muscle. Still good looking, still sound on the go. Make her just a shot bigger in her kind, but still easy place to start. Young man's Gilt right here in front of me. He's got muscle. She's got balance. From behind, we got to make her square. We got to make her sounder, but still a quality pig. Young lady's hog that comes next here in 3. Young ladies, there we go. A young lady's hog that comes here in 3. Good looking, complete, correct. Still got some balance. Just need a whole lot more muscle in that particular pig. Young lady's other calico got some dimension, got some power to him. Just a little too low, too low set at the point of his blade. Got to make him bigger in his kind to get him up any higher. Hog that comes next here, I believe is the next one right over here. Is a pig that's square, sound, on the move. Just got to make him a lot wider as he comes right at you. Give him more substance and mass to compete. Hog that comes next here, good looking from the side. Young lady did a great job driving this particular pig. You get on top of him, getting behind him. He's got to be bolder. He's got to be stouter. Just needs a lot more to him. Young lady's pig that rounds out the class just needs more muscle.
Returning from Class 2 is only Courtney Ross. Entering the ring for Class 3 of our Dark Cross is Tori Fransworth from Springdale, Sammy Tellison from Newport, Parker Myers from Liberty, Malia Cook from St. John, Leslie Bothman from Liberty, Kyle Toffin from Tico, and Alexandria Toffin, also from Tico.
Young lady's black pig here in the center of the ring is going to win this class. It just does so based on muscle and dimension. She is wide, she is square, she's got some bone, she's got some feature. We need to maybe just refine her about her neck, maybe just take just a shot of muscle there in her rump away, but yet at the same time, I can appreciate the dimension, the power, the squareness that she brings to the table. Young man's Gilt here in second. Got some bone, got some feature, rib cage and body and width is in check. Not the neatest looking in terms of elevation of shoulder or look ahead of her blade, but still does the fundamentals. So just squareness and width and foundation within this particular class. How that comes next here in 3. A fresh shaped one up high, good about her body, just a little round from behind, a little frail at the ground. Animal that comes next here in 4. Young man's got a Gilt with a good look from the profile. She's square, she's sound, just needs more muscle, needs more rib cage, needs more dimension. Animal that comes next here in 5, another hog with some power, some body shape to him, just a little too plain in terms of his throat, a little too plain in terms of his shape. Animals in 6 and 7, both of them need more muscle, need more width, need more power to compete in a show ring setting.
Returning from Class 3 is Sammy Tellison from Newport and Kyle Toffin from Tico. Entering the ring in Class 4 be Leslie Bothman from Liberty, Luke Wade, Lind Ritzville, Jonah Howder, Springdale, Brenna Teagues, Liberty, Kaylin Gines, Springdale, Ty Fleshman, Clarkston, and Adrian Longstrom, St. John Endicott.
Well, good pair of them here on the top end. Young man here to my right has got my class winner and hits me hard out of the gate. Got a big rear leg that can flex and go, still a pattern and profile from the side. You know, I'd like to shorten his face and just give him a better quality head to him, but to still think his body shape, his muscularity, his skeleton, I'll read very correct and very good within this drive. Young man's hog here in second. No doubt it's got shape and muscle all the way through. A very, very powerful. I like to lengthen his face and just make him more attractive in terms of his look. I like to lengthen his rump and allow his step to go better from behind, but still power, rib cage, muscle, all in check. Good pig to land in second. Hogda comes next in three, balances well from the side. I can appreciate his look and his just symmetry and design from the profile. He's still got width coming right at you. You know, for me, in comparison to those top two, just needs more shape, needs more bone, and a barrow that just needs to dry better out of his hip and hind leg. Animal that comes next in four, attractive in terms of her look ahead of her blade, still got shape and muscle up high, to a little too refined in terms of her bone work, a little straight off both ends of her body as well. Animal that comes next, a practical pig, just needs a lot more to compete in a show ring setting, but at least got some meat, at least got some substance to her. Animals down the line just need a lot more.
Yeah. All right, receiving first and returning out of that class is Luke Wade from Lindritzville and Ty Fleshman from Clarkston. Entering the ring is Class 5 of our Dart Cross, Stella Nelson from Stanwood, Raul Leapy from Warden, Lauren Loomis from St. John, Parker Myers from Liberty, Zoe Omlin from Liberty, and Tyson Kane from Springdale.
We land on these two pretty quick for me, and then of the pair, I think one of them's just stouter, a little bit squarer. That's the young lady's Gilt right here in front of me. Sound, good-bodied, big rib cage. We could get this one back and maybe just clean her up just a little bit before you bring her back in the ring. It should look a lot better. Hug that comes next here in second definitely is cleaner. Young man tries a little harder to show it, and I appreciate that about you. Good shape and muscle up high. She's just got to be squarer from behind in order to beat the Gilt that wins. Young man tries real hard here in three. Good rib cage, good body shape on this particular animal. Just wants to labor out of his front end just a little too much. I like to freshen him up about his head, give him more shape and muscle to compete with the others. Hog that comes next in four. It's got more lean shape than the animal there ahead of him. Same time, maybe not quite as much just body or flexibility out of his hip and her hip and her hind leg. Animal that comes next here in five, hog that does have some dimension, does have some muscle. Just joint work's got to be a lot better. Need more bone, need more look to really compete. Animal rounds out the class, just needs a lot more muscle.
Returning out of Class 5 will be Parker Myers from Liberty and Lauren Loomis from St. John Endicott. Entering the ring for Class 6, start cross, is Cameron Blankenship from Garfield Palouse, Xander McNamee from Springdale, Bailey Voss from Deer Park, Luke Wade from Lind Ritzville, Isaac Stein from Deer Park, Chance DeGon from Liberty.
Young man with the Gilt right here in front of me is going to be your class winner, and a Gilt that excels in muscle, excels in stoutness and dimension and power. I like to take just a little bit away from her and allow her honk to sit in her body just a little bit more comfortably, but still her dimension, her power allows her to win. Young man works his way into second, just a complete, correct kind of a female. I like to set her blade back in her just a touch, give her just a little bit more in terms of rib and body. I like to freshen her up today, but still muscularity, squareness, bone, all in her favor. Hog that comes next in 3, very complete, very correct from the profile. An animal that just needs a little bit more to him. I think he needs more shape and muscle in his back line. He needs more width and power as he comes right at me. Just a little too plain in general to get in the top pair. Hog that comes next here in 4, heavy structured, a barrow that can still flex his hind leg, just a little too plain in terms of his muscularity today. Just needs more width, dimension, and fresh shape to compete. Animal that comes next right here in 5, another one correct and complete. Still got some width of blade, just needs a lot more rib cage, a lot more shape and muscle to compete in a market setting. Animal rounds out the class, needs more muscle and dimension to compete.
Returning out of Class 6 is Luke Wade from Lind Ritzville and Chance DeGon from Liberty. Entering the ring will be Class 7 of Dart Cross. We have Cameron Blankenship from Garpal, Micah Kelch from Springdale, Carly Teagues from Liberty, Paige Cushman from Reardon, Brian Linus from Potlatch, Berkeley Shepherd from Asotin, and Aram Brodell from Connell.
We land on this pair here on the top end pretty quick. And the young lady there on the far side is going to have your class winner with a barrow that's productive. He patterns well. He profiles well. He's still sound on the go. I like the ability, his ability to get out and drive out of his rear, too. He still reads good in terms of his freshness of body. You know, we could maybe just freshen his head up just a touch, but still a quality animal to go ahead and win. Young lady's Gilt here in second. Pattern and design from the side, very good. I can appreciate the fact that she's sound and square, good looking ahead of her blade. She just needs more in terms of width and back shape. She needs more in terms of rib cage to compete with the Bear of the Winds, but still a nice pig. Young man really puts a lot of effort into this hog here in 3, and I like that about him. He's got shape, he's got muscle and power. Bear just reads just a little harsh in terms of his forerib. I like to change his head and his skull to match his body better. Wants to close up in his knee ever so slightly as well, but works hard to get him drove. I can certainly appreciate that about you. Same can be said with the young man here in 4. Great skin and hair on this particular barrow. Works real hard to get him drove, and certainly doesn't go unnoticed by this judge. I appreciate this barrow's freshness up high. His body shape is really good from behind. Gets just a little wide. He's a little too plain in terms of his head and neck carriage to get up any higher within this drive. Animal that comes next in 5, broad and stout, just a little too plain, maybe a little over conditioned, but still I got some bone. Got to work on skin and hair just a touch. Animal that comes next in 6, good looking, needs a lot more in terms of width and muscle. Animal rounds out the class, just needs a lot more as well.
Returning out of Class 6 is Berkeley Shepherd from Asotin and Paige Cushman from Reardon. Entering the ring now will be Entering the ring for Class 8, we have Lewis Adolph from Springdale, Brody Six from Asotin, Aubrey Ferguson from Springdale, Raul Lippi from Warden, Cooper Watt from Colfax, Ruby Ramirez from Tico, and Jack Bazer from Pomeroy. All purple callbacks from the Dark Cross show will be coming to the finals. All purple callbacks from the Dark Cross, please make your way to the holding pen.
Well, good top three here to work through, and yet there was one that kind of hit me from the start. This young man's barrel here to my left. I'd go ahead and win. He's good shaped. He's good looking from the side. Still powerful in his upper hip, and powerful as he leaves you. You know, we could fix his feet just a touch. We could fix his head just a touch, but yet you can't get critical when that's one of the better ones you've had to work with throughout this show. And so I like his pattern. I like his freshness. Young man does a good job driving him. He's going to win for me. Young man's bear over here to my right, kind of cut from the same mold. Pattern and balance and build, all very similar. He's sound on the go. He needs just a shot more there, stifle to really compete. I like to open him up. There's chest as well, but still his balance, his shape up high, allow him to work himself into the top pair. Hug comes next here in 3. Does have just a little bit more in terms of chest and bone. Like those things about him, yet at the same time, he's more upright in his shoulder. He's plainer in his crest. He's shorter in his hip. Just got to be a little bit sounder as well. Still, I thought it was a close decision. He's kind of one of those you either got to run with or put him third. Fortunately, he's just a little too tight moving, a little too plain in his neck to win this class. Hug that comes next in 4. Another good one in terms of freshness and body, power as he turns and leaves you. He's the plainest in terms of his head in relation to this top 3. Animal in 5, a bear that's got some width. Just needs more shape and muscle and dimension. They got to be a little bit fresher as well. Animals in 6 and 7 need a lot more muscle and moderation to compete.
Returning from that class is Cooper Watt from Colfax and Brody Sisk from Asotin. We will now go into our Dark Cross finals, and then following this, we will take a 10-minute break and start our Gilt show.
We get down here for your Dark Cross champion selection, and no doubt it's been one of the more challenging shows to work through and just study. I think we land on a pair of them out here, though, that you got to work with, and it's between the two heavyweights, I guess. It'd be the pig right here in the middle and then the pig here to my right. You know, they have some contrasting strengths and weaknesses. One of them is probably a little bit fresher up high, maybe not got as good structure. The other one's got just a better skeleton, but but again, maybe just not quite as much muscle. Go back and forth in my mind, and I think the animal with just a better skeleton, better running gear, young lady's bear right there. He'll be your champion. Congratulations. We'll get out here for your reserve selection and bring in that second place Gilt, and no doubt her build or design very good. Probably just needs a little bit more shape. There's another one out here, shape, muscle, dimension up high, very, very good. I just thought he needed to be better on his feet and legs to win. Still a good pig. Young man's bear right here is reserve. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Berkeley Shepherd from Asotin FFA for her Grand Champion Dark Cross. And reserve, Cooper Watt from Colfax FFA with his reserve. Those pigs will be coming back tonight for our grand drive at 6. We're going to take a 10-minute break and then go into our Gilt show. So a 10-minute break. Entering the ring for Class 1 of our breeding gilt class, we have Presley Willis from Kootenai County 4-H, Cade Wolf from Steptoe Canyon 4-H, Paisley Orcutt from Country Kids 4-H, Baylor Reedy from Bear Mountain Bandits, and Zachary Peterson from North Country 4-H.
We get started here in the Breeding Guild show, and we land on this top pair pretty quick. I do think there's some differences between the pair, and they're so young that, pedigree, nutrition, a lot of those things will determine how they mature more so than my opinion here today. The gilt that I like best is Young Man's Gilt here to my left to go ahead and win. She's correct. She's complete. Really good looking. Really good design. A female that's got a great presence ahead of her blade. I felt she was more secure on her feet and legs than the animal here in second. Now, no doubt the Black Hog has more bone, has more foot and feature. I like that about her. I think a female that is really, really shapely up high. Up front, she gets a little lower set. She gets a little wide in the way her shoulders set in her, get a little wide in the way her stifle sets in her. Just like to take just a shot of muscle out of her to allow everything to blend and balance just a little bit smoother. Young Ladies Berkshire comes next, and hard to compete. Berkshire against a bunch of crosses. I think within her breed, a stoutness to her head, the look that she has, the balance that she has, I think is very good. She's immature today. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. The longer she goes and the more time on feed, the better she's going to get. Today, just didn't have quite the width to compete with those top two, but still a quality animal. Young Man's Gilt that rounds out the class here. Got some frame to her, yet just doesn't compete in a show ring setting.
Receiving first place in our first class is Cade Wolf, second Baylor Reedy, third Presley Willis, and fourth Zachary Peterson. Entering the ring for Class 2 of our gilt show is Baylor Reedy from Bear Mountain Bandits, Bolden Reedy from Bear Mountain, Andrew Peterson, North Country, William Peterson, North Country, Livia Lanus from Junior Farmers, and Ellie DeMars from Kootenai County.
Well, good top three here to work through. I chose to lead with the young lady's blue nose Gilt to go ahead and win this class. And her look from the side is undeniable. She's got bones. She's got pattern and presence. Very good out of her front end. I like to soften her in her body, square her up in her hock. But I still feel within this particular class, she offers the most quality, and that's why we're going to go ahead and use her to win. Young man's Gilt here in second. Square, powerful, coming and going. I'd like to see him get into her and just drive her a little harder to really see what we're working with, but still I think a quality animal in terms of rib cage and body squareness. She needs to relax her ankle just a touch out here, get out and drive just better to go ahead and win. Young lady's Gilt that ends up in third. Got shape and muscle up high. Need to look from the profile. Got to set her shoulder blade back in her, open her up in her knee, give her just more body and flesh. Animal in fourth. Good hip and high leg in this particular Gilt. She's got width and muscle to go with it. Up high, maybe just not the freshest today. I need to elevate her to point of her blade, just allow her to proportion better from the profile. Animals here, and I think 5 and 6, both of these hogs got some frame, got some size, just need more muscle to compete.
Congratulations to Ellie DeMars for winning that class and Bolden Reedy for being second in that class. Our next class, Class 3, we have Lucas Peterson from North Country, King Rovey from Troy Farmhands, Lillian Kelm from West Plains, Walker Linus from Potlatch, Baron Linus from Potlatch, and then Andy Nicholson from Kootenai County.
Well, a little bit more of a challenging class and pair to work through here, and yet from a breeding Gilt situation, you want them feminine enough, you want them to have all the right parts and pieces in that regard, and so the animal that rises to the top for me is young man's Gilt right here in the center of the ring. I think she's very comfortable in her movement. She's got the most length of hip, the best hip and hind leg within this particular class. Just looks like she can lay down and actually have a litter compared to some of the others within this drive. Now, I'll be the first to tell you, we got to make her just a shot taller at the point of her blade. We got to make her just stouter in terms of her head and just make her bolder through the center part of her body, but yet her skeleton is what allows her to win the class. Young man's Gilt here in second. Youthful in terms of her look, good in the angle to her shoulder. From behind, I like to lengthen her rump, relax her in in her pasturing, but yet within this particular class, she's still the next best one. That's why she works her way into second. Hog that comes next here in 3, got some width, got some dimension. Female for me that just needs more body, needs more flesh. Like to see her just a shot more feminine to compete with the others. Young man's Gilt that comes next here in 4. No doubt presentation and muscle is all the best within this drive, yet from a structure standpoint, she's the worst, and that's why she works her way into 4. Muscle and all that, very good. Just got to be a lot better structured to compete today. Animal that comes next in 5, another one with some muscle up high, just a little harsher body, but she's square on her feet and legs, just needs more bone to really compete. Animal rounds out the class, got some size, just needs a lot more width and muscle.
Congratulations to Baron Linus from Potlatch for returning with your Gilt. Entering the ring, we have Class 4, Addison Miller from West Plains, Tyler Hennekamp from Colfax, Weston Wagner from Reardon, Aubrey Brickey from Steptoe Canyon, Ella Nolmeyer from Colton, and Kate Rovey from Troy.
Well, young man's belted Gilt comes in and commands your attention. Wins pretty handily for me. A body, flesh, squareness, look, design, just looks like a lady. Still plenty of punch up high. I think a very good Gilt to go ahead and win this particular class. Young lady's Gilt here to my right. It's going to work her way into second. Very good structured female with a good look ahead of her blade. Still right about her body. Good in terms of her underline. Looks like she's going to lay down and be a good mother within the crates. A lot of breeding flexibilities of what you could take her to in terms of just stout boars out there, but she's square coming and going. Not the freshest thing from a skin and hair perspective, but study past that, I think that's a high quality animal to land in second. Young lady's blue Gilt comes next in 3, and the same kind of story. Square, correct, good design. Not the most in terms of muscle, not the most in terms of just power, but correct and attractive in terms of her presence. We could fix her rear toe just a touch if we're going to get nitpicky in comparison to the 2 animals ahead of her, but still quality animal to land in 3. Hog that comes next in 4, Yorkshire appearing hog here. Got the Yorkshire kind of stoutness and feature, body shape, massive as she comes right at you. You need to lengthen her rump, make her sounder up both ends of her body to get up above these 3 here in front of you. Young lady's Gilt that comes next here in 4. Gilt that has a good look ahead of her blade, just a little too harsh in terms of her body, in terms of her flesh. A hog that I do like in terms of being a very athletic on the go, just need a little bit more to her to compete. Young man's, our young lady's Gilt comes next here, and another one that's tall at the point of her shoulder. Another female that looks like a lady out here. She's a little too straight about her blade, a little too narrow in her knee. Needs more width to compete today. Young lady's Gilt that rounds out the class. Obviously, giving up way too much weight to really compete with the others. But I think a Gilt that's sound on her feet and legs. She just needs a lot more body and flesh to compete out here. I think a Gilt that could feed into that in the long run.
Congratulations to Tyler Hennekamp for first and Ellen Olmeyer for receiving second. Going into our Class 5, we have Ryder Voss from O'Sullivan, Austin Laz from Liberty, Kate Rovey from Troy, Carly Bricky from Steptoe Canyon, Kesley Lassman from Fog Hollow, and Wade Palmer from Ritzville.
What a tougher class to put together here. And we start with a young man's Gilt over here to my left to go ahead and win this class. And she's another Gilt that's got width. She's got look and balance. She's comfortable on the go. A little round from behind, but past that, I think her comfort or size all allows her to go ahead and win this class. I'd like to fix her underline on that side, but I'm not going to get too critical on crossbred Gilts in that regard. Young lady's Gilt right here in front of me, very extended, very tall at the point of her shoulder. She's got some hair on her legs and one that's still square coming and going. I need to lengthen her rump and just allow her to step more comfortably out of her hip and hind leg. She needs a lot more in terms of rib cage and body to win this class. Dog that comes next in 3 has the flesh, has the body that this Gilt needs, yet at the same time she's a little lower set at the point of her blade. She's an animal that gets a little wide from stifle to stifle, not nearly as neat in a way her head and neck tie together as well. Just doesn't offer the extras that my second place Gilt does. Hog that comes next in 4th, again, burly and stout, wide and powerful, just a little too small framed within this particular setting, but still Gilt with a good hip and hind leg, still offers some value in that regard. Animal in 5 got some size to her. A Gilt that's just a little too harsh and coarse about her shoulder, a little harsh in terms of her body. Got to be better in those areas. Gilt that rounds out the class, smooth built, just needs a lot more to her to compete against crossbred Gilts.
Congratulations to Kate Rovey, who will be returning in our finals. Entering the ring now will be Class 6 of our Gilt show. Lily Clements from St. John, Cooper Watt, Colfax, Jace Palmer, Ritzville, Kinley Nolmeyer, Steptoe Canyon, Kylie Rasmussen, West Plains, Paige Cushman, Reardon, Mae Williams, North Country, and Natalie Arms from West Plains.
Well, good pair of them here on the top end, and they contrast just a little bit in their terms of their kind. You got to decide if you want to pick a balanced one that just needs a little bit more, or one that's just got a little bit more flesh and power, maybe just doesn't balance quite as well. Go back and forth. I think the pig that offers just a little bit more volume, a little bit more width, with a very correct hip and hind leg. These black gilts going to win for me. I think just a very a correct kind of a broody kind of sow looking prospect here to go ahead and land in first. Gilt there in second. Like I said, maybe proportions and balances just a shot better from the profile than what my class winner does. Like that about her, yet at the same time she's flatter in her body, she's narrow in her knee, just doesn't offer quite as much up high as well. Animal that comes next here in three definitely offers the most of my top three, and power and dimension all very good in that particular female. Like her look from the side, like the stoutness to her head. You get in behind her, she's just a little too round for my particular liking. If we could take just a little bit off of that, we could certainly talk about using her. I think in a breeding gilt situation, though, it makes me nervous to stick my hand in there, and so I wouldn't go ahead and use her within this drive. The hog that comes next here in four, a hog that's broody and stout. She's good about her body. She's big about her rib, just a little too small about her frame. Like to change the shape to her head to compete with the others within this drive. Young man's gilt right here, very sound, very complete, correct. Just a little too narrow, a little too common. Animal that comes out here next, another one that is good in terms of just being feminine. Looks like one that's going to lay down and have a good litter. Just too frail to really compete within this setting. Animal that comes next, I think in seven or wherever we're at, another one that has some feature to her head and her skull, got some muscle, just a little too straight off both ends of her body. Gilt that rounds out the class. Got a stout head to her, just too narrow underneath, too flat, just too narrowed to really compete within this setting.
Entering the ring is our class 7 of our Gilt show. This is our last class before finals. So this is, in this class, we have Kate Rovey from Troy, Colton Wagner from Reardon, Nathan Flaw from Reardon, Owen Wagner from Reardon, Hadley Watt from Colfax, Bubba Clelm from West Plains, Baylor Reedy from Bear Mountain, and King Ruby from Troy.
Well, pretty easy. A class winner here is the young lady to my left, a female that's very correct on her feet and legs. She's opened up through her chest. She's perfectly square from behind. Very, very flexible. Very attractive from the side. The right kind of body. You know, the only thing we can maybe nitpick is she's just a little refined in terms of her bone work in her head, but looks like a sow all day. I think a very good one to go ahead and win. The decision was between second and third. We'll go ahead and drop that third place out. I think both these gilts are very similar in terms of their back shape, the way they're proportioned from the side. I read this gilt to be just a little neater in terms of her look. I like the way she handles her shoulder just a shot better from behind. She wants to hock in just a touch past that. I still think her comfort level excels the gilt here in third. The gilt in third brings extreme pieces of bone and substance and muscle to the table. I like that about her. I thought her neck just tied in just a little bit lower. She wants to shuffle off either end of her body in comparison to the gilts ahead of her. Still a high-quality animal to land at third. Call comes next here in four. Another pig that I like in terms of the mass and substance that she has. Very similar to the hog that just went out the gate there in terms of bone and feature. Kind of wants to shuffle off either end of their body. Need to lengthen her rump, open her up in her chest to just make her more athletic out here to compete in a gilt setting. Young lady's blue gilt here, very correct, very complete. Just runs out of feature, runs out of muscle, runs out of rib in comparison to those gilts ahead of you, but still correct, complete. Good balance from the side. Animal that comes next here, Yorkshire gilt. It's got some dimension, got some substance. Hips just too short. We got to lengthen her hip, lengthen her out of her front end, just make her sounder on the go. Animal that rounds out the class here just needs a lot more in terms of look and balance, design to compete today.
Returning from that class will be Baylor Reedy. Now we have all of our first place gilts coming back. So we will have Cade Wolf, Ellie Demers, Baron Lanus, Tyler Hennekamp, Kate Rovey, Lily Clements, and Baylor Reedy, returning for the final drive here of our gilt show.
We get out here for your champion breeding gilt selection, and there's quality all the way through, and you can definitely tell the differences between the market show and the breeding show when you drop them back out. They got to look like a lady. They got to be able to function in the crate and do the right things in order for them to work and do the right things that you want them to do. And so we drop them out, and two of them come to the top pretty quickly for me. It's between the young man's gilt there in the center and the young lady's gilt here. I think out of that last class, both of these gilts are very complete. They're very correct. They're fresh. They got the right kind of body. They got the right kind of lady parts to work in the real world. I think as you study them, one of them's maybe just a little neater in terms of their head and neck carriage. The other one's better out of their hip and their hind leg. Give and take just a touch. I think the animal that I prefer from a structural integrity standpoint, young lady's gilt, that last class, she'll be your champion. Let's give her a round of applause.
Congratulations to Baylor Reedy for winning our gilt show. Thank you. That concludes this first part. We will have our overall grand market drive at 6 p.m. here. So we will be here at 6 p.m. and reserve.
We get up for reserve, and we drop in that second place Gilt in. It certainly fits right into the mix. There was another one just stuck out so well. Got a wild look ahead of her blade. I read her just a little shorter coupled in her hip in comparison to my champion. Still a very good animal. Young man's Gilt right there in the center. Be your reserve. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our reserve champion Gilt, Tyler Hennicap. We will be back here at 6 p.m. for the grand drive. We'll see everyone at 6.